10. One time. 10. 10. Boom.
Forget 6. Always coming 7. What you 4, 8?
Wow. Could be an item fold.
Yeah. It most likely dummy what?
10
Always coming 7.
It's not a snap. I know for sure it's not a snap.
Yeah, it's not.
It's a snap.
Always coming 7.
I thought you were thinking about queens.
I think I'm going with queens.
Okay.
I don't think so. Maybe not.
Jackpot!
Let's go. Let's go.
Natural 8, natural 8.
At na карточный флэш. Nice one. That's good.
Nice hand.
Good phone, man. Thick phone, man. Thick phone. I don't really know about all this, but wow, thick phone, man.
Complaining about like.
So 1.8. Call. Ten. Okay. 10.
Не доиграл.
Yeah. 10. One time. 10. 10. Boom.
flawless.
Not sure.
You do some calculation?
Yeah. 1.9.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
We're live, we're back. We are down to the final 4 players in the APT Incheon main event. Would you believe, after 4 days of agonizing, grueling, painful, bad beats, hero calls, epic folds, you name it, we've had it. We're down to 4, live from Paradise City, and we are, one would assume, just a few hours away from crowning ourselves a champion, and said champion will of course be going home with more than 260,000 USD. My name is Henry Kilbane. I have the pleasure of sharing the booth once more with my co-commentator Vidor Single. And Vidor, this is what's happened since I've been away. We are down to 4. The most recent elimination, Abraham Seesfin falling in 5th for 65,000. How's it been, my man? You've been in the booth.
That's right, Henry. It has been absolutely bonkers, as you mentioned. 4 eliminations since we last had you in the booth. Masahiro, of course, the first one to go, followed by the player from Malaysia, Jason Lau, followed by Kenneth Chung getting absolutely coolered, trips versus trips on the flop. Almost made what would have been the hero fold of the tournament, perhaps the series, but not to be. Coolers are coolers for a reason. And Abraham Seesfin, the player from Singapore, took it really well, by the way, smiling, posing for the camera as he went into the flip, completing an epic run at the series. Was a final tableist at the Superstar, the $10,000 buy-in as well. So some great talent leaving the table, but the 4 players remaining are perhaps the talent to think about at the moment. An epic battle is on our hand. 2 players tied for the chip lead at the top and 2 at the bottom.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the average stack now, 38 bigs average. It feels like... Wait, hang on. How can it be 38 big blinds average? I guess that's just dropped because the blinds have just gone up. Because if Pac's on 22 and Napat's on 19. Okay, so the average dropping down to, what, 30 or so? There's, 120 bigs in play. So 30 big blind average.
Napat, by the way, the fan favorite, the player from Thailand, has had incredible ups and downs, has managed to find a chop when behind Ace-Jack v Ace-King. And I believe binked the 3 when behind Ace-3 v Ace-10. So 9 lives perhaps for the player from Thailand, but it has been much to the pleasure of the chat, as you can imagine.
Bob in and weave in, duck in and dive in. You know, why be good when you can be lucky? My favorite saying when I was playing, you know, it's like, I can just get there. I can just get lucky.
True for life as well, by the way.
Yeah, I
really
mean, look at us, Vidor. Come on, look at us, dude. Let's be honest. All right, there's another universe in which you and I, my friend, are. You know, we're out there. I don't want to go any further. We're just, you know, let's just leave it at that. We're in the good universe. Talking of Napat, Napat's just gone for a walk, apparently.
Wow, that's a high equity walk right there.
Just missing a hand. It was his button. He's going to be in the big blind next hand, by the way.
Where's he? It's money, bro.
I want to welcome back, by the way, over 300 viewers joining us in preparation for the business end, as we love to call it, of the APT Incheon main event. We did have over 1,000 people joining us in chat. Hopefully they trickle back in. We have started a new stream, of course, so thank you for staying on top of that. And welcome back to all the viewers supporting the 4 players from 4 different nationalities. Only 3 to be seen in the frame. The Thai superstar in the making, I'm assuming, making his way to the table very shortly. There he is, by the way, the Japanese sensation, Tamaki. Came in with effectively the chip lead, has really managed to maintain a hefty stack throughout, despite some crushing blows here and there. And another fan favorite in this hand, by the way, as Napat, by the way, takes seat number 1. I was referring, of course, to the player from Hong Kong, betting 300,000 right now with the 6th high. 1G2, also known as Color, and also known as Bean, a prolific YouTuber, gamer.
Love it. These are the people, man, you know, the esports guys, the streamers, the YouTubers, kind of merging their hobbies, internet culture into the poker sphere and bringing their audiences with them. It's just so great for the game, and I love how much poker has grown amongst those communities, those small niche communities, you know, such as Wan's.
I'm always hesitant to say this in case we manage to lose a few viewers off our stream and they make their way to the Cantonese stream. Let me pause on that for a moment, because Wan has made an insane call with bottom pair here on the King, Queen, 4 deuce, 3 hearts board. And the ace actually gives the check mark to his opponent. Tamaki managing to extract some value with 3rd pair on the turn with the baby flush draw to boot in position. Is this what we're in for as we've come back after an hour-long dinner break? Each of these players, by the way, have locked up $84,000 already.
Yeah, big old payday.
Well, I was just about to mention, as you were talking about Wan's fans in the chat, of course, has a streaming audience, is a YouTuber himself. Actually, Stephen Lai called him up during the stream on the phone, timing it with the break, and Color actually spoke to his fans on the Natural 8 Hong Kong stream.
That's amazing. That's really cool. Not as cool as having Punsri in the booth on the English stream, but I respect what the Hong Kong stream's trying to achieve.
Let's talk about the man in the frame at the moment. The Thai sensation in the making from a poker perspective. Let me pause on that as we talk about a different kind of sensation. Pak, by the way, he's really bobbed and weaved. Never afraid to put chips to work.
Yeah, honestly,
has the goods.
Coming into the FT, was so impressed how he just separated himself from the rest of the pack, took the chip lead at one point after kind of coming in a handcuff spot, took it off of the Japanese phenom, and was just relentless, man. Just like really aggressive, found the right spots. As we see Napat in the big shortest stack, 15 bigs, facing a 2.5x, 1.5 million out there. Throwing in a time extension chip. Four-handed. A lot of dead money in the middle. He did decide to jam. Perhaps try and squeeze, as he knows Pak's going to have some raise folds. But there we go, hang on a minute. He's announced all in.
Call.
Oh my.
Wait, did he say count or call?
I wouldn't put it past Pak to say call. He's taken his time, but this is getting called, of course, shenanigans aside.
But he's never...
Napat.
Yeah, well, I don't understand.
Call.
Okay, the chips have gone into the middle.
Давай, без глупостей, дорогая. Короли у меня на восьмерке, туз 8.
Just taking in the moment, I guess, before making the call, given that this is for 75%, 80% of his chips. Big spot for both, 10 million in the middle.
Флоп, я думаю, 7-4-4. 7-4-4.
8 in the window, 8 in the kitchen.
Wow.
Top 2 for the Thai superstar. Pak now drawing to 2 outs once. Needs a black king to eliminate tap.
Бля, ну что за пиханина, сука?
Mao.
Doesn't get there on the river, Vidor. 5 of clubs completes the run out, and with that, the Thai superstar up to 10 mil, and Pak crippled now playing just 5 bigs.
Sometimes it is just your time. The poker gods looking favorably upon Napat once more. Much to the pleasure, I can only assume, of all his fans in the chat. You called him Tap, of course he goes by Top Tap, I believe. What a time to find that ace. And the 8 to boot as well.
Tap with the 2 tap. The top 2 tap.
Oof, that is a rough beat to take at this stage, but Pak seems to be, to his credit, handling it the best he can.
Down to 5 bigs. He's going to be in the big blind now as well, Vidor. Straight back into the action, having to put in around half of his stack. Let's go. Let's go.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Forget, everyone guaranteed. $84,117. But good luck figuring out how much equity that was worth. The ladder between 4th and 3rd, just shy of 30,000 USD. Had the kings held. Sometimes it's just your day, eh?
Well, you offer sacrifices to the poker gods all year in the forms of buy-ins, in the forms of asking for that one time, and sometimes at the biggest stage in Asian poker, they decide to reward you. No misstep, by the way. I like the aggression with which Tap or Napat approached that, simply because, having been around for the last couple of hours, Henry, Pak was the most out of line in terms of opening wide and had what would be a very high fold to 3-bet percentage as we were down to 6-handed, 5-handed. By the way, with an hour break, you best realize that the players have seen the stream, or at least got a quick summary of the key hands. And I think that might have factored into the decision as well.
Yeah, there were a couple of loose opens that I saw.
Tamaki makes the astute all-in, obviously. NA simply cannot be a part of Pak's range there. The 7's paired up. King High most likely to be good. 3 big blinds now for the short stack. On the verge of at least being at risk for his tournament life. Has $84,000 locked up. But after that bad beat, looking to spin it up. Chip in a chair.
Your bracket is 20?
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
and also 20.
Huh?
Also 20.
Okay. So that's 10 million.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And with that, I do believe Tamaki should be able to raise this freely. Talk about ICM pressure. A 3 big blind stack on the verge of busting a $27,000 pay ladder. Only the tightest of ranges can continue, and Pak actually decides to go for it. 9-8 off. 2
Yeah,
live
it's
ones.
annoying for Wan because... Oh, he's going to make the call, okay. Because it does open up the step, I believe. I'm confused, it says...
Does it?
So he opened to 750. Yeah, I'm confused with the graphics here, sorry. Pak's all in with a 9-8.
If
So one
indeed
all in.
Tamaki can come over the top, this would be quite a misstep by Wan. Never mind, we are 3-way. Pak has decided to stand up, and Tamaki has just flopped everybody near dead.
All in.
Cool. Your queens?
Yep.
Pak drawing. Very thin. Needs a jack or a 10 for a sweat. Anything else, he's drawing dead.
Дама 8-8, король дама там.
To get us down to 3.
9-8. Backdoor street.
Can Tamaki find the hold? Came into this FT as chip leader. Can he go into 3-handed play as chip leader? Guaranteed a 6-figure payday. Yes, he can. As the 3 of clubs on the turn seals it. Fist bump between all 4 players. Love to see the sportsmanship. As always, Valerie Pak was just 5 cards away.
Pak, what a run for you. Congratulations placing 4th, but how'd you feel when your kings got cracked there, man? Devastation.
Что он говорит? Я это не понимаю же на английском. My friend, me no English.
Oh, no English. I see. Okay. I'm asking him, what went through your head when your kings got cracked there?
Да ничего, ну это игра же. It's a game.
That's poker. It's poker. Well, anything you want to say to your friends and family? You did win 110 million Korean won. Anything he wants to say to his friends or family?
Не, нормально все. Everything is fine.
Everything's fine. Life is good. Congratulations, Valerie Pak. Thank you so much.
GG's, Pack.
Valerie Pak, 4th place here of the APT main event. 110 million KRW.
You heard him. 110 million KRW. And with that elimination, Vidor, we find ourselves down to 3 players. 147 million 700,000 KRW locked up. And immediately, by the way, I want to give you a chance to at least talk, but
Which character do you like?
seems like
6 albums.
6 L?
talks of a deal
Alums.
immediately.
Alums.
Like the
Oh,
top 10 is
you got 6
butterfly.
alums?
Yeah, I got 6.
Whoa, you spent a lot of money.
Yeah,
Play
I spent a
seems to
lot.
have been
I got
paused.
event too, but the
Ah.
event one is cheaper.
Ah, yeah.
Like $100.
Let's just set
When
the
they have
stage once
sales,
more
if it's
for
discounts or-
perhaps
I have like butterfly octane.
what the players might be discussing shortly.
Got, like, Gibraltar.
111,000 USD is now the minimum payout. 159,000. That's a 48,000 USD pay jump to second place. And would you believe it, 102,000 pay jump from there on to first place. If indeed play is paused to discuss deals, that's what's on the negotiation table.
Okay, so three-handed, waiting for the floor to come over. Looks like we're gonna look at some numbers.
I should just clarify for our audience, Henry, the APT, absolutely supportive of deals, the most player-friendly series out there for a reason.
100%, it's their money. They ponied up the money. It's their prize money to play for.
Okay.
I'll come back with the numbers really quick.
Okay.
Right, after we come back with the numbers, then you guys can decide. Okay. Just give me a little bit of time. In the meantime, Jem's gonna take our chip counts.
Okay.
Right, and I'll come back with.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
What-
so
what
just
is the
gonna get
10%?
The 10%.
Okay. The way it works.
Yeah.
So there's third place money, right?
Yes.
Everybody's gonna lock up third place money.
Yeah.
The remaining of that, after taking that away, the 10% different, so whatever's left, 10% of that must be played for plus
see.
a trophy.
Okay, I see.
That makes sense?
Okay.
So take 147 out of every price, and one left we play for 10% of that.
Yeah.
And the trophy. Can we split the trophy?
Yeah. Do you understand?
ask if they can split the trophy.
In case our chat missed it, quick summary. Everybody locks up 111,000 USD, as I mentioned. About $150,000 exactly left to play for in those additional pay jumps. As per the rules, 10% of that, which is to say $15,000, can be played for first place along with the trophy. Were these 3 players to reach an agreement on some sort of a deal, usually it'll be based on ICM numbers, based on the remaining chips in their stack, which is exactly what we need to get a count of to the exact chip.
Yeah, so these 3, all of them kind of snap agreeing to at least look at numbers. Whether a deal will be made remains to be seen, of course, as there may be someone that believes they have an edge over everyone else, wants more money. You never know with these negotiations what could
You
happen.
mean him?
No,
The
Japanese
Japanese people. Yeah.
Japanese team.
They always play.
Yuka F.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's the best movement.
Just getting official counts from the floor so they can get the calculator out,
Yeah.
crunch some numbers. What are your thoughts,
Yeah.
Vido? Do you think there's anyone out of these 3 that is going to try and push for a little bit more, or do you think this is more a case of like, look, guys, we've outlasted 927 people. This is life-changing amounts of money that we're playing for. Let's lock up an even amount. Congratulate each other. Let's play for that 10%. Let's play for the trophy. And may the best man win.
Well, Henry, how's this for some context? Tamaki, coming in to the series, as you might have mentioned before, had $400 in live earnings. One, she, two, color.
That's insane.
Sorry, let me. Yeah, it's. I mean, talk about locking up 6 figures, playing for it all. Juan, by the way, impressive, but nothing compared to what he's already locked up, about $29,000 in lifetime live earnings, and Napat about $39,000. So when your score has already exceeded your lifetime live earnings, and you're looking at negotiating for $150,000 more, give or take, I suspect you're amenable to some deals here and there. And let's not forget the lead up, Napat getting lucky with that ace-8 versus pocket kings, perhaps realizing how fortunate he is to be in this scenario, maybe a little more amenable to the deal making.
Well, massive congratulations to all three, of course. Still plenty of poker to be played, negotiations to be made, but those numbers that you just banged off in terms of their lifetime earnings up until this point in time really just goes to showcase what the APT is doing, by the way. Not to blow the horn of our team and the efforts that they put in to pull off a festival like this, but changing lives and growing the game of poker in Asia. Love to see it. $400 in live earnings, did you say?
Before APT Incheon, correct.
That's insane, dude. Now guaranteed 6 figures. It's just unheard of. I mean, I love it. Just love it.
And how about the story that Color, aka Bean, has created, the sensation surely from Hong Kong in so many ways, in so many arenas now, not just as a gamer, streamer, content creator, but now an absolute poker player in his own right. He won his ticket, would you believe it, for free in an invite-only influencer challenge held by Natural 8.
Shout out Natural 8. My man's locked up 6 figures now. I wonder if he's going to stop streaming GTA and start streaming poker after this.
As he should. He does run a channel dedicated to poker on YouTube as well. I'm not sure if he streams, but he certainly makes videos. And in fact, when he makes educational content, I believe his fans call him Color Coach. And once you've perhaps even given yourself a shot to win the APT main event, you've certainly earned that title. And how about Napat, by the way? Cementing what hopefully it's going to be a career path for him going forward as well, along with, of course, his acting chops in Thailand. Top tap, as he's known. Just looking at second place money and of course, what's up top. If these guys strike a deal, considering their chip stacks, we're talking about locking up north of, I'm just thinking out loud here based on previous ICM deals, but $140,000 maybe? At least, even to third place?
Yeah, I would say so. Let's see what the deal is going to be. That's how things stand going into this negotiation. So just receiving word from the team that we're going to allow the players a bit of time to look at the numbers, negotiate, come to either a deal. And if they don't come to a deal, duke it out for 262,000 USD. That's what is set to go to first. Don't go too far. The players are going to head to a quick break to look at the numbers, talk numbers, make a deal, or make no deal. Who knows, Vidor? We'll find out when we return from break.
Welcome everyone, I'm Neil Johnson, president of the Asian Poker Tour, and I'm here inside the poker room of the lovely Paradise City Casino in the beautiful city of Incheon. And today, I'm going to explain to you why you need to come and stand in this exact spot at the end of the summer. First, you get to come to South Korea. It's an amazing country. You're going to land at the airport and we're like 10 minutes from there. You can almost walk off the plane into the property. We're 40 minutes from downtown Seoul by train. It's truly just one of the loveliest cities in all of Asia. And after the sun sets, the city transforms and you get to discover it all over again. Now the second, and I'm pretty sure I'm contractually obligated to say the most important, is the poker. From August 25th to September 3rd, we're going to be here for 10 days, more than 50 tournaments, more than 10 variations, draw, hold'em, stud, Omaha, if you name it, I'm probably gonna let you play it. Buy-ins from 300,000 all the way for our Superstar Challenge to 13 million. And of course, there is the crown jewel of every Asian Poker Tour festival, the main event. 2.3 million gets you a shot at a 1.3 billion guarantee. That's approximately 1 million US dollars. And you can get a share of that, maybe even the lion's share. Trust me, look at our trophies. If you come and you stand here at the end of August, not exactly here, you have to sit in one of those for like 5 days. But at the end, you could hold a trophy, you could stack up all of this cash, we'll take your picture, it'll be fantastic. Trust me, you really should come. Like, it won't be the same without you. Like, I'll have like one less person in the event. So, come on, let's go.
Excuse me, sir. Explain to me like I'm 5. How do I play Big O? I want to learn. I don't know how to play it.
I don't want to give away too much strategy, but always have an ace in your hand.
Deuce to 7 all in.
I'm very confused how to play Big O. One guy says have an ace in your hand. One guy says 7 deuce all in. Let's see if someone else knows how to play Big O. You have to make a high hand and a low hand.
Yeah. Sometimes high hand, low hand, different people split the pot.
It's a split pot game. The best high hand wins half the pot. The best low hand wins half the pot.
Yeah.
I got that. Cool. Cool.
Ah, cool.
You get 5 cards. You can only use 2 in your hand, and you use 3 on the board. You want to make your best high hand and your best low hand. And if you don't know, trust me, the other players will help.
Because it's a community here. We're not just here to take your money.
You don't think the other players would help him to be a better Big O player?
You think they would just exploit you for your money?
No, mixed game players aren't like that. Mixed game players are the best players out there.
You get the high hands, you don't want to play them that much, so be careful with the high hands. Never leave home without an ace. Play low cards, do your best, forget the rest.
You get 5 cards, and you've got to use 2. Same as hold'em, you get a flop. Highest hand gets half the pot, lowest hand gets half the pot. But the lowest hand's got to be lower than an 8.
That was the most concise and simple explanation I've heard of Big O today. Thanks, bro. I want to play Big O.
Go for it, it's right there.
You actually have 4 or 5?
6 under flush.
Oh my goodness. I think I'm dead. I'm dead, right? It's over.
I don't get mad what you have.
That was awesome. That was really great. It's not about winning the game. It's about like learning how to play. It's a pay-to-learn game. That's what poker is. Wow, that was fun learning about Big O. Lots of interesting tips and rules and things. But if you want to try something new, or if you're tired of Hold'em, come on in, join the fun at APT. We've got lots of mixed games. We're known for our mixed games, and we've got a fun one every single day. If you want to learn more, please go to apt.poker.
Welcome everyone, I'm Neil Johnson, president of the Asian Poker Tour, and I'm here inside the poker room of the lovely Paradise City Casino in the beautiful city of Incheon. And today, I'm going to explain to you why you need to come and stand in this exact spot at the end of the summer. First, you get to come to South Korea. It's an amazing country. You're going to land at the airport, and we're like 10 minutes from there. You can almost walk off the plane into the property. We're 40 minutes from downtown Seoul by train. It's truly just one of the loveliest cities in all of Asia. And after the sun sets, the city transforms and you get to discover it all over again. Now the second, and I'm pretty sure I'm contractually obligated to say the most important, is the poker. From August 25th to September 3rd, we're going to be here for 10 days, more than 50 tournaments, more than 10 variations, draw, hold'em, stud, Omaha, if you name it, I'm probably gonna let you play it. Buy-ins from 300,000 all the way for our Superstar Challenge to 13 million. And of course, there is the crown jewel of every Asian Poker Tour festival, the main event. 2.3 million gets you a shot at a 1.3 billion guarantee. That's approximately 1 million US dollars. And you can get a share of that, maybe even the lion's share. Trust me, look at our trophies. If you come and you stand here at the end of August, well, not exactly here, you have to sit in one of those for like 5 days. But at the end, you could hold a trophy, you could stack up all of this cash, we'll take your picture, it'll be fantastic. Trust me, you really should come. Like, it won't be the same without you. Like, I'll have like one less person in the event. So, come on, let's go.
Excuse me, sir. Explain to me like I'm 5. How do I play Big O? I want to learn. I don't know how to play it.
I don't want to give away too much strategy, but always have an ace in your hand.
Deuce to 7 all in.
I'm very confused how to play Big O. One guy says have an ace in your hand. One guy says 7 deuce all in. Let's see if someone else knows how to play Big O. You have to make a high hand and a low hand.
Yeah. Sometimes high hand, low hand, different people split the pot.
It's a split pot game. The best high hand wins half the pot. The best low hand wins half the pot.
Yeah.
I got that. Cool. Cool.
Ah, cool.
You get 5 cards. You can only use 2 in your hand, and you use 3 on the board. You want to make your best high hand and your best low hand. And if you don't know, trust me, the other players will help.
Because it's a community here. We're not just here to take your money.
You don't think the other players would help him to be a better Big O player?
You think they would just exploit you for your money?
No, mixed game players aren't like
here.
that. Mixed game players are the best players out there.
You get the high hands, you don't want to play them that much, so be careful with the high hands. Never leave home without an ace. Play low cards, do your best, forget the rest.
You get 5 cards, and you've got to use 2. Same as hold'em, you get a flop. Highest hand gets half the pot, lowest hand gets half the pot. But the lowest hand's got to be lower than an 8.
That was the most concise and simple explanation I've heard of Big O today. Thanks, bro. I want to play Big O.
Go for it, it's right there.
You actually have 4 or 5?
6 under flush.
Oh my goodness. I think I'm dead. I'm dead, right? It's over.
Don't get mad what you have.
That was awesome. That was really great. That was, it's not about winning the game. It's about.
A very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After a brief break, numbers have been looked at.
Whoever ends up the champion will get the trophy plus a 26,174,000.
This is ICM wise.
This is
Chip
ICM
wise.
Chip wise. Everything's been punched in the chips, as you can see. Your chips.
So Henry,
One second. Sorry, dude.
10% of the difference. Right? And this is the result. So everything is correct, basically. Again. The numbers are very close in terms of millions, but it locks you up better than, what is it? It's better than second place money for everybody, basically. Right? And you would be getting, the champion will get plus 26 million.
I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay.
Whoa,
that's great.
There we go.
Guys, congratulations, guys. Congratulations. Thank you.
Three-way handshake as Lloyd Commentators was just explaining the final details to the 3 remaining players, but can confirm the payouts for this. So 26.1 million plus the trophy to be played for. Dead button, of course. Napat going home with 220 million
唔係
Korean
2億4
won.
2億2 2億1
Wan going home with 210 million. Obviously, the chip leader.
It's also not rules. The fact you guys made a deal.
Yeah,
1
30
second.
minutes.
Those are 30-minute
Yeah,
clock
I know.
plus the trophy.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm going to reduce this. This is going to be reduced to 22 minutes.
Okay.
This level.
Okay.
And every level after this will go to a 30-minute line level.
Okay.
All right, then
30-minute clock.
congratulations.
Right. Once again, to reiterate, ladies and gentlemen, didn't want to speak over
Okay, 3 for
our
me.
man Lloyd. Three-handed.
Okay.
About the card.
Tamaki, Napat, and Wan have all agreed to make a deal. Wan coming into this three-way
Here we
deal
are.
making, shortest stack, going home with 210 million Korean won. Napat coming in second into this deal making, going home with 220 million Korean won, and our chip leader from Japan, Tamaki, locking up the most money out of this deal, guaranteed 240 million Korean won. They're playing for 26.1 and the trophy, the coveted APT golden plated lion statue, and of course the bragging rights and the title to be able to go home and say you are a main event champion, not something many people can do. So apologies about all the confusion there, Vidor. I just wanted to make sure that we were hearing everything that was said. Deal's been made, my man.
Absolutely. Here we go. Of course, the deal has been made, but the APT trophy still to play for. Not to mention the 26.1 million Korean won. By the way, that's good for almost exactly $20,000 in USD. Let me just say the numbers you just mentioned in both USD and perhaps the local currency as well. I had the chance to do the quick conversion there. You mentioned Won coming in just slightly the shortest in chips. His and Napat's stack were pretty close to 210 million Korean won, locking up $159,000. And would you know it, that is exactly second place prize without the deal. So it's almost like everybody locked up second place prize.
Yeah.
That is 1.25 million Hong Kong dollars for him, by the way. $166,000 for Napat. That's good for 5.9 million Thai baht. Of course, Napat, the Thai superstar in the making. And the chip leader, when the action got to three-way, Tamaki from Japan, locking up 182,000 USD. That's good for 26.5 million Japanese yen. And by the way, if you can add $20,000 for shipping it, that would take him above the 200 mark.
Well, well, well. You'd love to see it, especially given the resumes of these final three. Talk about potentially career-defining, career trajectory-changing moments in time. You know, you go from someone with 20,000, 30,000 in lifetime earnings to locking up close to 200K. I mean, future superstars of Asian poker, perhaps. You never know, as Napat turns the second nuts. And not to jinx it, but I must say, feels like it's his tournament to win. The way he's been running, some of the spots that he's been involved in. Now turning the flush here.
I certainly agree with you. Simply put, if the poker gods decide that you're not going to lose an all-in, eventually you're going to win the tournament. Good fold, by the way, from Tamaki.
Yeah, that's not an easy fold. Gut shot, middle pair. Bravo. That's how things stand. 53 bigs, plays 39, plays 30. Plenty of playability here. Average stack of around 40 bigs.
Even though these players have locked up an incredible sum of money, just to reiterate one more time, that Mega Lion main event trophy still to play for. It's one for the history books to be an APT main event winner, especially at our stop here in South Korea, Incheon. This is one of the big ones, as we've been calling it. And of course, let's not forget, with the amount of live tournament earnings these guys had, they're effectively playing a winner-take-all sit-and-go at the highest stakes they've ever played before.
Yeah, $20,000 sit and go.
Wait.
Pretty absurd.
1.500.
Up to 7.2k subs over on our YouTube as well. Almost 700 people watching. Massive shout out to everyone that has kept us company throughout the series so far. The continued support, the engagement in the conversation. Let us know who you're rooting for. Seeing a lot of support for Hong Kong and for Top Tap #1, Thailand. Let's get some love for Japan in here as well, representing 35% of the player pool, if I'm not mistaken. Strong showing from them, and of course their player guaranteed the lion's share after making a deal. And it's not over. Even after we wrap up here today, we'll be back tomorrow for day 2 of the 2-day high roller. And then I guess we'll be seeing everyone later on in the year in Hanoi.
The Hanoi Billions with a B. By the way, Henry, Tamaki did manage to widen his chip lead there with that cheeky 3-bet from the small blind with a jack-8 suited, I believe it was. Clearly a man who's in it to win it. I have to point out, perhaps for the benefit of all the viewers in the chat, everything sort of changes, to state the obvious, after the 3-way deal. Of course, second place now does not have a pay ladder attached to it. Only first place to play for, that $20,000 and of course the trophy.
That's a great point.
So it's just free reign to just go for it in every spot you can after all.
Yeah,
You're willing to risk coming second.
Playing a winner takes all, $20,000 sit and go. Surprised the chips didn't go in the middle here.
These players are plenty deep. Might be one of the factors. Ace, King, Queen. About as removed from the deuces and trays as you can get. But the pre-flop betting lead in the hands, I should say, of Napat. Putting it to work. Gets it through.
Becomes so aggressive. After the shot, right? Yeah.
One, saying the quiet part out loud. Napat finding a new gear after the chop. And why not, as we just mentioned. No price for second place. You want to get heads up, and you want to close it out.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? It's winner take all. Clock's dropped to 30 minutes now.
In case you have any doubt, Henry, not that you did, but in case you had a smidge of a doubt as to what an APT Lion trophy, and I'm talking about the usual ones, the baby ones compared to our monster main event Mega Lion, we saw the Influencer Challenge and 3 Natural 8 final tables across Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Thailand. The heads-up battle was worth $250 in the pay jump, and some of them lasted 2 hours. Winning an APT trophy can mean a lot to a lot of people, and winning an APT main event trophy, well, 2 hours may not even be enough. So, strap in, ladies and gentlemen. It is far from over.
What are you trying to prepare me for, Vidor? Are you saying we're going to be here for another 2 hours?
Strap in, my friend. I hope we're here for another 2 hours, to be honest, because these 3 guys, they have shown a wide variety
45.
of playing styles, and I'm down. I'm down to see what happens.
Buckle up.
Hopefully it's not proportional. 2 hours for $250, so $20,000?
$20 million.
What's the algebra there?
You're asking the wrong man.
Exactly.
I gave up on math years ago.
Chad, what do you think of these incredible prizes? I mean, the players have had incredible support, especially Napat and, of course, Color Coach or Bean. All those names getting hyped up in the chat. To see them close out such incredible scores, that will no doubt reflect in perhaps their future content, maybe their social media postings that will follow as soon as they're done. And I have a feeling they're going to come back and watch our stream, Henry. After all, we want to relive the glory. And how cool will it be to hit replay on all the chat and see all the crazy support that they have?
Not only that, but being able to listen to the sexy dulcet tones of Vidal Single and Henry Kilbane. It's just it's caviar to the ears of many.
Well, in that case, let me just take this moment to say hello, Top Tab, hello, Color, and of course, hello, Tamaki, and a warm congratulations to all of you.
Napat getting a bit frisky. 8-3 on the button. Juan hasn't really had the chance to get involved yet. 10-8 suited from the small. Winner take all, sit and go style. Perhaps now is the time to start getting involved. That's tight. That's a tight fold. Tamaki didn't jam the deuces. Isn't going to jam the fours. Happy to see flops. Try and flop a set. And go from there. King 10 deuce rainbow. If you're opening the 8-3, it feels like a board that you want to be c-betting on. King high, one spade. And just like that, Napat seems to have just shifted through the gears. He's found something as Lloyd has come over and given them the official numbers. But Napat shifting
Both
up
the
into
fold.
sixth gear.
Precisely, and I was just about to say on that note, both the fold that Juan made in the small blind and the fold that Tamaki made on the flop, both of them, they had that look. They'd had enough. Like, one more time, and they're going to fight back. But for now, Napat getting that one through.
Six.
Could see money going in here. One now playing 30 bigs, ace-9 on the button. There is always that pressure valve being opened, if you will, being released once the deal is made to try and speed run it to the finish line and just get it over and done with. But look at this, Napat in the big with a couple of tens, facing a decent amount of action in front of him. Three-handed winner-take-all situation. Open on the button, 3-bet from the small. Couple of tens.
4.25.
Yeah, I love it.
2-5.
Three-way all in for the trophy, Henry?
I think flatting is the worst of the three options, IMO. Prefer 4-bet or fold.
This one should be over, but looking at the chip count, could this mean that we have, there it is, just by a couple of blinds, a new chip leader in the form of Napat? What a gear he found as he climbs his way into the pole position. Suddenly, he's eyeing the prize. What an outcome this would be if a Thai player wins it all. I mean, the domination by the Thai contingent would be truly cemented, considering, of course, Napat, not exactly a poker professional.
Yeah,
referring, of course, to the
precisely for
domination.
that. I think, sorry to cut you off there, Vidor, but precisely for that reason, you know, he's an actor. He's a celebrity. He's got 1 million followers on Instagram. This guy doesn't play poker for a living, and I think it will really drum up a bit of a storm. Conversations will be had. It's gonna be big.
I'll tell you what, he could have fooled me.
Raise to 9.
Oh, okay, one.
9.
One coming in with the ISO.
Call. $600.
The graphics yet to catch up, I believe. Juan, actually the one. Betting 600,000, getting it done. Some street poker being played on the 7-3-3 board. Napat still effectively tied for the chip lead.
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded. See a little float there. But here we are. Penultimate day. The Asian Poker Tour. Incheon, South Korea Festival.
Sevens consistently coming in chat for Mr. Wan Shi 2 Color, as he's known. 777, let's go. Let's get it, Color. Man, these guys, the Hong Kong crew, they want to see that win. They want to see that trophy being lifted by Color Coach.
650.
Of course, naturally a Thailand stream having a great time with the show that Napat has put on. Now, I don't want to compare numbers. That's not the game we play. However, to the 800 or so of you on the stream right now, drop us a like. At the end of the stream, we get paid more if there's more likes. So you just be doing us a favor. I'm just kidding. But am I? It may as well be. tied to our compensation. I mean, that's how much we care about likes. We care about likes more than we care about getting paid.
Speak for yourself.
What a situation brewing here, by the way. Oh my word.
Wow.
Top two, the top pair, and the second that flush draw. Surely the chips find their way into the middle here.
3-bet pot as well. What a spot. 39 bigs plays 27. Does it just find its way in on the flop?
I can barely think of any turn cards where either player would consider folding the hand. It might not matter. The SPR effective is the stack of 1. It's about 2 SPR. After 3-betting pre-flop,
1 minute.
out of position, he has to fire the continuation bet. There it is. Small one for now. 1/4 pot. Does Napat, with his new gear, as we've been calling it, want to attempt to blow one off whatever holding he has? Just calls in position. Is trapping, or so he thinks. 38% equity as we head to the turn. How's that for a brick?
One can't believe it. 3-bet pot. Top two. More importantly, his opponent's got enough of a piece to stick around, drawing to a spade and a spade only. Just don't see a world in which the money doesn't find its way in. Although, having said that, 5.8 million out there.
2.8 million.
Due to having so much of the board locked. Going for a smallish sizing. Just shy of half pot. So it feels like there is a world in which Napat doesn't give one the full double. I don't know. If a spade doesn't roll off and we face the inevitable jam from Wan, how in love are we with top pair 9 kicker? I don't know, am I being getting a bit ahead of myself?
Well, it is a 3-bet pot. If you start
Exactly.
looking at 3-bet ranges from the small blind, with you blocking top pair, it should be tough to find a fold on clean rivers at least. After all, the ace queens, ace jacks, and perhaps the suited aces of the world could at least find their way till this point in the hand, the double barrel so far. An ace would be an action killer, perhaps an extremely connected card, but there's that clean river we were talking about. 11 million in the middle. I don't know, Henry. A jam gives you 3-1 on a call. Heads up pot with top pair. I don't know that most people are capable of folding this. And let's not forget, no prize for second place. So you are going for the win. It might just be a factor.
Well, I guess we're about to find out. 11 million out there. 4.5 back. One just can't believe this run out, how clean it is for him. As Vidor mentioned, an ace, a queen, a jack could have potentially been an action-killing river card, but as things stand, the 3-6 run out doesn't get much purer than that. Look at the amount of plaques in the middle.
The more I think about it, Henry, I think this is going to be a quick call. I mean, surely you block all broad-based spades, of course holding the king of spades with the ace-jack, ace-queen. All suited ace spades as well.
So sick.
Napat.
So sick, he says. Blocking the king.
I think he gets
Could
away
give credit
from
to
it,
your
dude.
opponent. It's tough, man. You just have to believe that your opponent at this stage is capable of a 3-barrel. After all, he did get 3-bet by the weak holding, relatively speaking, of King 10 off. All kinds of hands could be in the range of one. Very much including the Queen Jacks of the world. Queen Jack with spades possible as well. I mean, think about all the hands that could get to the turn and then be forced to triple it off on the river. I know we block a lot of spades, but most of them perhaps don't factor into this hand. Simply put, it comes down to how much credit he gives his opponent. At least having seen almost the entire final table and the final 16, perhaps even most of day 3, with cards face up, to be honest, we haven't seen the player from Hong Kong make a play like this.
That's precisely the reason why I'd be leaning towards getting away from it.
Perhaps that could be a huge variable.
Just haven't seen Wan get out of line like Queens, Jacks. Don't think they triple here. Ace, Jack, Ace, Queen. Without a spade, perhaps. You'd want it to be like Ace, Jack, Ace, Queen of hearts or clubs. I'm blocking spades, I'm blocking diamonds. He's made the call. Gets shown top 2, and Wan is a overwhelming chip leader now.
King, queen of spades.
67 big blinds. Napat down to 3.5 million.
Nice hand.
Well, well, well.
777 hits the chat. Bit of a cooler, you could argue.
Massive
the 3-bet
cooler.
from the King 10. The King 9, of course, defending pre-flop, and then the flop perhaps deciding how the rest of the hand would go.
Ah, 5 and 45. That is 5, right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 4.5. This one should be 10, right? Yeah. 5.
5 million.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 5 million.
Wow.
As we were discussing, Henry, at least personally, I cannot blame Napat at all. Frankly, I would have snap called in his shoes. You know, with the ranges being what they are, 3-handed, I end up playing a lot of heads up, as I sometimes mention to you.
If you didn't chop
Top pair is just considered so strong.
Nah, you can't think about that.
I want to run it on the flop, but I want to let the bluff.
Had an interesting comment there.
Really
Wan
nice
saying,
hand.
if we hadn't chopped, would you
I
call?
don't win much anyway.
Cooler.
It's a cooler.
If you run it in the flop, you just flip.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's fine.
I like this guy.
Look. Yeah, very straightforward reasoning. It's like, well, if you went in on the flop, I would have called, we would have flipped, I would have won. All the same, no need to think it. Let me stack up my little suburban development that he's busy building in front of him. Towers upon towers of those blocks. I think he has all of them.
All the golden plaques.
Come on, Wan. Leave some for the rest of us.
I think
Those
you're
are
right.
250,000 apiece, by the way.
2, 3, 4. Right? Right. 2, 3, 4. Okay.
To add salt to the wound, as so often happens in 3-handed, Napat, after losing a big one, is on the big blind, having to pony
brutal.
up the big blind and the ante. 800,000 finds its way into the middle from his stack.
Especially as the blinds have just gone up as well. Gets even more brutal for him.
I got like 4 million.
Tamaki just gonna pile. Napat with 6 bigs back. And a king in hand. I think in a winner takes all sit and go, we have to run it here.
Absolutely. This is a must-call hand. With the big blind ante, frankly,
there we go.
You should be calling up to 10 bigs. There it is, you're right. Knows what to do. Good spot.
Gamble.
Not precisely a flip, I'd say. 58% equity. Certainly the side of the coin you want. And the king is certainly the kind of flop you want. 97% now. Could be right back in it.
Pure flop. His opponent's dead on the turn. Back up to 6.7, and with that, Tamaki down to 9.9. Being in an amazing spot here. Both his opponents with less than 25 bigs. That's how things stand. More than a 2-to-1 chip lead, has more than half the chips in play.
One, two, three. Oh, this is just
Final 3 players. After 4 days of poker, was Tamaki that locked up the most from the deal.
6.
He's guaranteed 245,000. Sorry, 245,100,000 Korean won. Napat guaranteed 222,200,000 Korean won. And one guaranteed 211,200,000 Korean won for his efforts. They're playing for 26,347,000 Korean won, as well as that coveted APT Lion trophy. You love to see it. You really do. 3 different nationalities represented at the final 3. What a diverse field it was, Fedor. We were talking about at the final table, 8 nationalities represented, including Spain, of all countries. We find ourselves in Korea. Europeans venturing out to Paradise City.
Very, very cool to see. We had so much diversity, even in the final 16, by the way. And of course, as usual, when we were covering feature tables on day 3, of course, on the final table, we had Uzbekistan in the mix. Pak going out, unfortunately for him, in 4th place. You mentioned Spain. Think back to Martin Garrix, by the way, a name we had fun with yesterday. Coming in from the Netherlands. Swedish players, Daniel Brugman comes to mind, always in the mix. Very, very cool to see these players make their way over, especially to these bigger stops such as Taiwan, Korea. Show their support and, of course, make the most of this incredible festival that we put on. I say we. What I mean is the excellent operation and production staff, really. We're just the monkeys who get to yap.
That's one way of putting it. Get paid to talk nonsense for hours on end.
With Napat having been crippled, he is the only player who could beat the incredible amount that Tamaki, the chip leader when the deal was struck, locked up. Almost 185,000 US dollars. Currently, of course, Juan in pole position, if you couldn't tell, just by looking at that monster stack in front of him. Quick float. Same hand. I'd say who wants it more. But that 3 of hearts gives the second nut flush draw, pardon me, to 1. And of course, he has all the chips and the betting lead. Certainly has the advantage, even though he's out of position. And maybe, in fact, he does want it more.
$1.5 million.
Oof.
5 million.
That's a big bet. Power poker. As we once again take a look at over 900 of you watching. Of course, I did jokingly mention how we are just constantly looking for those likes on the YouTube stream, but we do want to take this moment to thank so many of you for subscribing. Going from, I believe we started the series at 6.8 thousand subscribers, crossing that 7,000 mark, that milestone we were hoping to achieve, now adding a couple of hundred more in the form of 7.2k subscribers. In case you haven't subscribed yet, love for you to consider it. All it means is the YouTube algorithm will alert you the next time we have a festival, a live stream going on. If you've had a fun time joining us, or perhaps if you're supporting any of these players, trust me, they're very, very likely to show up at further APT stops and, of course,
100%.
further feature tables.
Yeah. Nah, I couldn't put it better myself. The support from the viewers around the world has been amazing. Crossing that 7k subs mark. Love to see it. Going from strength to strength. Got to be back in Hanoi for another $1 million guaranteed main.
Who would have thought that the man who came 6th, I believe, in the Influencer Challenge would be sitting here with the chip lead at the main event? What a beast.
$1.6 million.
Go on, Wan. Wan's getting a bit. He's feeling himself right now. You know, he's in that kind of mode. So yeah, I got this. This is all me. He's running to Napat. Napat's got a pair and a flush draw.
He certainly cannot fold. The only question is, does he want to rip it? Get some fold equity in the mix, or perhaps even calls from drawing hands, flush draws that he would now beat on account of having the pair. Maybe the straight draws of the world that he would fold out a lot of equity with. Of course, weaker holdings like jacks, the ones that cannot face the heat.
Nice.
There it is.
Really like that.
Took his time. Came to the right decision.
Really like that jam. Incredibly well played there.
Tamaki, by the way, in the frame at the moment, has been relatively snug. Just letting the chips fly in between the two players, who of course got into a massive pot there. The King 10 v King 9 suited. After that, there's been sort of a battle back and forth in between. Then Tamaki's happy to sit back, Perhaps reevaluate if and when he gets down to heads up. Wow. Aces for Napat.
What a spin.
Tamaki with the open. Indeed, he's now second in chips, by the way, Napat, after losing that monster pot. Aces against the button open. This could look like the aggression, that gear that we've been mentioning. Wow. King, queen suited is a monster hand three-way. Happens to be facing the reasonable open of king 9 suited and the pocket aces in the small. The 3-bet is huge, by the way. 3xing the 2x open. 2.4 million.
What could have been had Tamaki not found a hand to open with on the button. King queen suited though. Three-handed. Winner takes all sit and go format. I mean, it's a lot of hand, Vidor. A lot of hand. He still has fold equity as well. Napat can have hands like ace 4, ace 5, king 10, ace 10. Perhaps some like 3-bet bluffs that would fold.
Totally. Well, you said what could have been. Oh, there it is. There is the fold. I would argue what could still be. The 3-bet is huge. King 9 suited. It's not going to feel too comfortable, but let's not forget that's the exact hand Napat defended against the 3-bet of Wan when he had king 10 off. Got into trouble. Tamaki, though, avoiding disaster. Good decisions still being made with this winner-take-all environment.
Looks like we're actually coming up to a scheduled break. About 13 minutes time, as obviously the blind levels have been reduced to a 30-minute clock now.
New dealer. Or maybe I should say dealer change. She is, frankly, one of the most familiar faces on the feature table. Has been at it for about a week now. No amount of shout-outs would be enough for the incredible job the dealers have done. All the ones that joined us at the feature table, it takes a unique set of skills. You can see the headset needs to announce the action. Lots of things to keep in mind. But of course, all the dealers out there on the floor, especially the ones who have learned and mastered mixed game dealing in such a short time span. I mean, as we were mentioning earlier, we just sit in the booth. The amount of effort and the amount of collaboration it takes to bring together this festival never ceases to blow me away. Chat asking for dealer cam. Okay, all right, I get it.
Easy chat.
By the way, Henry, to add to our cultural database, lots of call-outs for color gel in the chat. Somebody nice enough to let us know gel means to win. So asking for color, of course, to take it down.
Color gel. Okay. Gel means to win. In the UK, gel means to like get out of there fast. like run away.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Yeah, like I'm gonna jail. You know, gonna get out of here. At least it does it in where I grew up. My dad and my uncles and my brothers. Yeah, I'm going to jail.
The UK, well known to have some of the best slang, I have to say.
That is true. Jail for cash out.
Somebody in chat says, in Hong Kong, gel means to set great hair. Yeah, that one we knew. Thank you about that. The chat trolls, man. Managed to crack us up late at night.
They always do. You can always rely on chat. Say some of the most absurd things.
Tamaki back at it. Queen 7 suited. 2.5x from the small blind. Five 4 off. Could be an easy fold. There we go. Live to fight. Another day, another hand. The stacks are evening out a bit, by the way. 38, 29, 23. Not too much between them, certainly. A double up would reverse rolls fairly quickly. Thailand v Hong Kong v Japan. Could there be a more emblematic final three for what the Asian poker tour has managed to accomplish at almost every stop it finds itself at?
8. 8.
Tamaki getting after it on the button. Just 5 high.
Call.
Those plaques, man. That's something out of Casino Royale.
Making those towers with them, and then double-handed putting it out in the middle. Oof! It's like some ASMR kind of thing. Rags v Rags, 5 high, currently going for it. Does the 8 high want to fight back? Bet is tiny, certainly opens the window. Wow, the float. Trust me, he's not floating because he has the bottom, the dummy end of the straight draw.
He has a club
He is
as
planning
well.
to make some moves. There is the club, of course. The flush draw and the straight draw, I should have said. Decides that the jack of spades is not the hand to represent. And wins it with 8 high.
Like 5 high.
What a float.
Man's having an absolute blast, mate.
8 high wins. You bet too small, man. I got a first draw and a straight draw.
Napat can't believe it.
Nope. I got clubs.
Clubs?
Yeah.
What is the first draw?
Yeah, I have the first draw.
First draw?
Yeah. It's high. Bro.
Good call.
I don't expect to win.
Blind v blind. Tamaki now down to 17 bigs. Came into the final table as chip leader. Came into 3-handed play as chip leader, locked up the lion's share of the deal that was struck. Shortest stack, but 20 big blinds.
Embarrassing.
One has to wonder, with the relative lack of live caches that we mentioned, I mean, certainly respectable for the likes of Juan, and even, of course, we mentioned Napat early on, did manage to ship one of the side events at APT Taipei, by the way, so certainly has been coming along in his poker career starting 2023, but how did these players become so good at playing short-handed? It's one of those things that is so tough to get experience in, particularly live. I mean, you have to make a lot of final tables to be able to play three-handed, four-handed MTT poker. On top of that, we have the added dynamic of having made a deal. And yet these guys are just navigating and adapting on the fly perfectly. I mean, their poker intuition is just so impressive to see.
Especially after 4 days of grinding as well. It's very easy to just lose sight of the trophy after locking up 6 figures in a deal. There are people out there that forget that there's still poker to be played and money to be won. They get a bit complacent, if you will, comfortable. Napat looks down at Ace King.
Funny you mentioned that, Henry, by the way. That's exactly what happened to me when I was in that scenario, and that's another reason why I'm so impressed. Perhaps an easier decision in terms of navigation in the hands of Napat at the moment. Ace King off, easy 3-bet. Just goes for all of it. Should be a quick fold, Queen 9 suited. Should not take the spot. No need to tank. Levels are 30 minutes. Three-handed. You're going to be opening the majority of your range anyway. Might as well let players know. Once in a while, you don't have it.
Do we have a break every hour?
Well, there we go. That break that we were alluding to. Just around the corner now.
Okay.
Perhaps after this hand.
So now every 2 levels.
See the final payout deals at the bottom of your screens.
2 hours.
Healthy.
Okay. Scan first.
6-figure score for all of them. Playing for the additional 26 million and change.
9?
I am going to break first.
How much is that?
Tamaki should be defending against the 2.25. Didn't realize how short Tamaki had actually got. 15 bigs back now. Eight, 8-5. That's all Napat. Ace of spades in hand. Gonna check through. And with that, potentially gonna allow Tamaki to either get there or steal it away. Tamaki trying to get his king high to showdown. And gets there. King of hearts on the river. Value to be pursued now. Do you feel like a turn delayed c-bet is a thing with ace high, wants to get protection from precisely these types of holding? Deny some equity. Self-inflicted wound, perhaps. Napat running out of time extension chips, by the way. makes the call. And Tamaki announces king, and with that, just before break, chips up nicely to north of 20 bigs once more. So that's how things stand at this blind level. When we return, however, blinds will be going up to big blind 500k, meaning that the chip leader will be none other than Van with just 30 bigs. Don't go too far. The trophy and the additional 26 million to play for when we return from this very short break.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
くりでディールしました。2億4000万ウォン。プロフィーゲーと一応 10% は別で260万ぐらい。Go first.
Spade.
Call.
Давай без глупостей, дорогая. Короли у меня на восьмерке, туз 8. Ну вот посмотри, флоп, префлоп. У меня короли, у него туз 8. Вот сейчас открывает флоп. Флоп, я думаю, 7-4-4. 7-4-4. Эй, заразка, сука, туз открыл. Туз открыл. На ривере король. Бля, ну что за пиханина, сука?
Màu. Thái仔爺，師兄豬。
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Paradise City, ladies and gentlemen, live from Incheon, South Korea. It is, of course, the APT main event final table. We're down to the final three. All three players have made a deal. Three-handed. They looked at the numbers. They all locked up a decent chunk of change, if I may say so myself, with Japan's Toshiro Tamaki locking up the lion's share. Guaranteed himself 245 million Korean won. Napat from Thailand guaranteed 222 million Korean won, and Wan guaranteed 211 million Korean won, playing for 26 million and change, as well as the coveted APT Lion Trophy. Will, of course, update you again on the payouts as and when players are eliminated. You can see there on your screens everything in black and white. Vidor, we go again once more, three-handed, as we work our way down to our champion here.
Well, here we are. Blinds are now 30-minute leveled instead of the beautiful 1-hour structure that we have. That is, of course, because a deal was struck. So perhaps by definition, the action should come fast and loose. We have seen some crazy plays, some possible coolers, even while being three-handed. But needless to say, these three players are absolutely going for it. The player who locked up the most, having had the chip lead, Shoichiro Tamaki, you can see down to 15 bigs. Napat, the superstar from Thailand, in the middle of the pack. But of course, the man of the hour, and perhaps the man of the stream, at least as far as having a rail in the chat goes, is Mr. Wan, aka Mr. Color, or Bean as he's called across his gaming names and, of course, online screen names and nicknames in general. He has put on a masterclass. Did get a nice little cooler that he was on the right side of against Napat, looking to close this one out.
Here we go. Lines have gone up. Tamaki now playing 15. Napat playing 21. Chip leader with 30 bigs, so it's really anyone's game. Just that limped pot alone. Tamaki playing 17 bigs. That's how things stand here, ladies and gentlemen. To recap.
100 and
sorry, go on, mate.
159,000 USD locked up. I was just trying to wrap my head around that number, man. Like, these three players sitting in front of us, battling it out for that final 20,000, and perhaps at this stage, more importantly, the glory and that APT trophy, have locked up 159,000 USD a piece. The main event giving three players a minimum of 160,000 USD. Interesting board here, by the way. 2 overs for Tamaki. Gut shot. Some backdoors as well. For Color, as he's known. Or Wan from Hong Kong. Let's check. Nobody getting too frisky yet. 3 of clubs changes nothing.
Would like
Opens
to see
the door,
a probe
perhaps.
here from one no showdown value with the 10 high. gut shot. Gets to fold out a bunch of these types of hands and has equity against anything that continues.
Makes
Yeah,
a lot
love
of
to see
sense. Can represent a lot of these cards having flatted in the big blind. Insta-called, by the way, with the king high.
That is a really interesting river card now. Makes it less likely, of course, that one does have trips.
Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. One just rips it. What an overbet. And what a spot to pick. And instantly called. Oh my god.
Hang on.
What a call.
King high.
King high hero call.
Like a boss. Really.
Nice hand, really nice hand.
From Soichiro Tamaki, the Japanese man that came into this FT as the chip leader, making a big statement there. And now has an overwhelming chip lead, one down to 15 bigs, Napat on a similar stack. That's got to be the hero call of the tournament, dude.
The speed with which he flicked in that brick just happened to know exactly where his opponent was at and what their tendencies were, and all of a sudden, thinking back to that King 9 call, Henry, perhaps we were not giving one enough credit. Overbet bluffs with the 10 high, and Tamaki just picks it off. What a call.
7 million.
Chat did not like that. The rail of Wan.
Like a boss.
Really nice. Really
Perhaps
nice
not
Yeah.
the biggest fans of Tamaki at the moment, but color me impressed.
Let's call the tournament.
Made it look
Yes.
easy.
Probably.
That was heroic.
No,
That was
must be.
something else.
Must be, right?
Yeah.
Didn't even take that much
You're
time.
going
It's just
to,
like, yeah, cool.
APT YouTube, I think.
Yeah, highlights.
Make the highlight reel. Certainly will.
Damn.
Love to see Color just taking it on the chin, laughing it off. He's like, look, sometimes you get wrecked. Threes for Napat. 20 bigs, just calling over to his rail. What do you do here? Do you limp? Do you just open jam? Do you raise call off? Do you raise fold? Feels like every option's on the table. Let's go with the 2x. Deuces for one.
Should find the rip. There we go. Very reasonable 3-bet jam.
Well, this is to get us heads up, Vidor. I don't see Napat folding a pair here.
Less than 8.
There we go.
Wow. Threes.
Wow.
Huge favorite. 4-1 favorite to get us heads up.
Cooler.
Wan
How
after
quickly?
bluffing with a 10 high.
Me.
Incredible couple of hands here. Bluff with the 10 high, as you said, Henry. Takes the massive dent. Finds the 3-bet jam and gets it in terrible shape. We might be on the verge of losing the fan favorite here. Unless a miracle can be pulled off, and look at that. It may as well be a flip. Napat
Just a club.
has
please.
given out his share of bad beats.
Oh.
Just a club called for. It's the 3 of clubs.
Of clubs. The action of all cards. The actionist of all cards, I should say.
10 outs
Pairing
once
the board
for the
would
time,
end
man.
it.
Wow. What a hand.
Okay.
Yep.
One with the 4 flush. There were chop outs as well. I completely forgot. A 5th club would have chopped it. Napat was looking for the board pair. What on earth?
Maximum drama on that run out.
6, 7. Yeah.
The fans of Juan in chat losing their minds. Color, as he's called, certainly adding some to this table. What a comeback this could be. The deuces making the flush. Napat now down to just 5 bigs. Has to be feeling crushed here. Should take a moment and think back to all the times he got it in. Well behind.
Yeah.
It got him all the way to the final 3. Still certainly can make the comeback.
Show goes on. The show goes on. Honestly, I was saying to Soiza the other night that I feel like at the APTs, compared to other events that I commentate on, it's just hand after hand, non-stop action. Even
what are you trying to say, Henry?
I mean, just
rigged?
even, well, you know, there's some conspiracy theorists out there that think the world's flat and that poker is rigged. Not to name any names, but those people do exist.
Greg insists that birds aren't real. That's a popular one.
1, 2, 2 each.
This is going in.
Okay, all in.
Spin the wheel.
Yeah, I call.
Let's go. For Napat to get back in this fight, get back up to 10 bigs. King 3 against A6.
Napat A6?
Yep.
Napat all in and at risk with A6 offsuit versus King 3.
Here, Greg in the background. Calling the action.
As flop comes 6 Queen Jack.
It's a safe flop so far for Napat.
Just need to fade a king.
Thailand!
Turn 8 of clubs.
A king and a king only for Juan to eliminate Napat.
As the river brings.
He's back in this fight, Vidor. He's back in.
Let's go. Spin it up. 10 bigs, 3-handed.
Yeah, 2 million, and then give me 2 change.
Okay.
Is it? Yeah. Yeah.
Back and forth. Go here, and then they go there, and then they split a bit, and then goes back this side, and then goes back this side. What a roller coaster, bro.
Yeah.
Chat is going absolutely wild. Understandably so.
Kurama in chat mentioning that it looks like the players are so exhausted now. That's a great observation. By the way, it's past 10 p.m. local time. Our table kicks off about 12:30. 10 hours just today. This is day 4, of course. These guys have been at it, the grind. Insane, the stakes super high. All in once again, and 8. Pocket 8s for one. Instantly should be shoved in the middle.
I got pairs.
Wait,
once again, the spin is on.
What's Napat got?
Ah.
Queen 4.
All in and risk once
Well,
again.
with the 8s. Wait, hang on. Now it's Napat's turn. If he gets there to have more than one. Oh, what a flop. What is going on, man? Diamond called for. The rail goes wild. Doubles back up to 11 million.
Ray want to take a rest right now. I will take it for you, brother. Like 16 bigs. 17, 16.
Is he talking about his own stack or once? Because actually Napat has doubled up to over 20 bigs. He lets his friend and mentor Punat Funsri know as we spot the tie rail, Pachara, KT in the background. Absolutely losing their minds, as are we in the booth, and certainly I can see the viewers in chat. Disappointed, of course, the ones supporting one, wanting to get it over with, but let's not forget how the fates have brought us here. The flip-flop has been incredible. One, of course, most recently all in deuces versus the pocket threes of Napat. And now handing most of those chips back through a back-to-back all-in scenario. This is insane. This is like a movie, Henry.
25.
It's the best hand. Simply cannot win. The poker gods realizing that keeping these three in the mix is the recipe for maximum entertainment. Let's keep it going.
It's been non-stop.
Hey, somebody summarized it in chat very well after you were talking about the kinds of hands you've seen here at the Asian Poker Tour. APT equals Action Poker Tour. I like it.
Go.
Always. Yeah.
I'm going to use that. Don't you
Wait.
dare try and sue me for royalties, because you're not getting any. We're still three-handed. Pretty much back to where we started before that threes against deuces hand.
Call.
Wait a second. Are we seeing a flop? We're not all in? That's surprising. Gotten used to it.
We got a pair against the gut shot.
Call.
2.5 out there. Queen of spades on the turn changes nothing. Juan still with the best of it. See if Tamaki wants to try and take a free one. He does.
Sorry.
Doesn't get there. Juan improving to 2-pair on the river.
2 pairs.
Back up to 10 mil. This is insane. 30 bigs, plays 20 bigs, plays 20 bigs. Anyone's game.
$20,000 and the coveted Mega APT Lion Trophy, gold-plated. That thing is a monster, Henry. I've insisted many a times that the winner needs to take it back to their home country in a separate seat on the airplane to showcase it in all its glory to everybody who walks by. Who will it be? I mean, we're always unbiased as much as we can be in the booth, but no joke, man, it would be impossible to pick in between these three. Like, it's seriously looking like it's a coin flip. They all have their own strengths and weaknesses. They're all so solid, and I'm just so blown away by their short-handed strategies, barely making any missteps, even in terms of calling off ranges, shoving ranges, aggression. I mean, how? Like, they're either well-coached or their intuition is just fantastic.
Yeah, based off what we've seen. What can I say? Just feels like it's a flip at this point. Napat gonna jam from the small with the threes, and Juan has fives in the big.
Cut.
Like 9.
Yeah, we have the
9 million.
same, right?
think you cover me by a bit, yeah.
I think we have the same. Okay,
I believe so as well. I believe the graphics are slightly off.
8, 9.
Exact, he has exact amount.
Yeah, I think it's same as me. Yeah, fuck it.
It is the same amount. You hear Wan say F it.
Oh!
Makes the
Okay.
call with the 5s. Now Napat needs to do the dirty on him with the underpair, the overpair.
He's not in the game.
Yeah.
Bob's work. He's 7-7.
Not a bad flop, believe it or not. Some
Yeah,
opportunities.
For sure. Well, there's one of them.
There's one of them. Jinx Henry.
King. Not to be. The 5s are going to hold.
Yeah, we have to count.
We're going to get an official count, but
No.
believe,
Oh.
if I'm not mistaken,
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Wan had Napat slightly covered.
500 something. So
That's 9, you're 10, right?
I have 10. I have 10.
GG.
GG.
There we go. GG's announced, just getting a final count, but that does look clean to me. As Greg's going to have a word with our third place finisher.
Bro, how was that one? An insane run for you. Congratulations. What was that journey like for you, man?
It was like the best moment ever of my life, you know. Give me a hug, Greg.
Oh, yeah, bro. Oh, thank you. Wow, you have such an amazing support system. Give it up for Napat one more time, huh?
I had a shout out to Thai crew, like online or here. We had like 20 people plus come to support me. Shout out to people Nat Punstri, like last APT Taipei main event champion to be my brother and mentor. Shout out to Tay Natak, you know? It's like the biggest poker community in Thailand. And I did my best. I run so good. And I study a lot for this, and thank you all very much.
Yeah, huge turnout here, all the support. You also have a lot of supporters back home as well, a fan base. Anything to say to your fans?
There's like 90% of supporters and like 10% haters. But all I want to do is thank you for the support, all Thai guys. ขอบคุณมากครับทุกคนที่เชียร์กันนะครับ แล้วก็ for like 10% who hated me, I'm the third of main table, man. What a ride.
Yeah, what a ride.
Can you imagine?
I witnessed it. I don't have to.
Beyond expected, man. แล้วก็ I have to say sorry for Thai fans. I can't take the Lions trophies.
No, you did them proud. You did them proud. Give it up for Napat one more time. Third place of the APT main event. Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. Cheers, bro.
Now that's an interview.
Which means we're now down to heads up. Back to you, commentators in the booth.
Did my best, bro.
Just to clarify, he's actually going home with $168,500 for his efforts. GG's. That means for us, we're going to step away as the stage is going to get set for heads up play. Don't go too far, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, Japan's Soichiro Tamaki is going to square off against Hong Kong's Cao To Wan for the trophy and the additional money that comes for taking down the APT Incheon South Korea main event. We'll see you all very shortly.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Greg wants to break. Greg wants to take a rest right now. I will take it for you, brother. Like 16 bigs. 17, 16.
Yeah, we have the same, right?
So you cover me by a bit.
I think we have the same. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I think it's the same as me. Yeah, fuck it. Oh! Again! He's not in the game.
Yeah.
Not yet cover. Okay. Yeah, we have to count. Yeah. Hello? Let's spend 8.
Wow.
Wow!
Wow.
Cooler. Me. Oh, got a flush draw. Just a club, please. Oh.
Wow. What the liver?
The king of hearts.
Wow. Okay.
いや、ショートが2ポケで、スコーラーが3ポケで、2ポケが1枚フラッシュ。さっき僕一番ショートだったんですけど、今、リバー、何万点なんですか？
Yep.
Napat all in and then rest with ace 6 king 3 top. Spot comes 6 queen jack. Pair of 6 turn 8 of clubs. Just use the blade, a king, or the double. That's the river bring. 5 clubs. We'll double up for it.
Can't trace. I call. I got pairs.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
3.
He's not in the game.
Yeah.
Not yet cover, I think. Yeah, we have to count. Yeah. Are they? Less than 8.
Wow. Freeze.
Wow.
Wow.
Cooler. Me. Oh, first draw. Just a club, please. Oh.
Wow! What the liver?
River is the king of hearts and
Cooler. Wow. Okay.
いや、ショートが2ポケで、コーラーが3ポケで、2ポケが1枚フラッシュ。さっき僕一番ショートだったんですけど、今、リバー、何万点なんですか？
Yep.
Napat all in and at rest with ace 6. King from clubs. It's flopped on the 6 queen jack. Pair of 6s. Just need to play a king. Turn 8 of clubs. Just use the play a king for the double as the river brings 5 of clubs. Little double on floor and the 5. Chips just go back and forth and back and forth.
Can't play. I call. I got pairs. Ah.
Pot all in and a risk win once again. Pot all in and a risk with queen 4 of diamonds. This is pocket 8. A 4, a pair, and a flush draw 4. As the turn is
And after 10 and a half hours of play, after going from 16 players, we are now down to 2. We're down to heads up Tamaki Shoichiro of Japan versus 1 Sito. Mr. Shoichiro, I have to ask, anything you want to say to your friends and family back home before this heads up match?
本当にみんな たくさんの応援ありがとうございます。自分のベストを尽くします。頑張ります。
頑張って。And how has your main event been? How has the journey been?
This is my first time join to come APT actually.
Wow.
Yeah, so I had
fun.
I had good experience.
Nice. Yeah, placing second in the APT main event. That's a pretty good experience. Now, lastly, anything you want to say to Mr. Wan before your battle for the trophy?
He's very good player. I think so. Maybe we do best.
Yes, all the best. All right. Good luck to you, Mr. Tamaki. Thank you so much. And let's head over to the crowd favorite, Mr. Wan, aka Bean, aka Color. This is a much different experience from the Influence Challenge, the Hong Kong one, yeah?
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank Natural Egg for giving me this chance because I didn't buy in by myself. They give me the ticket by entering the influencer match. So without them, I'm not coming, and I think I will never come to Korea to play this match. And now, this is one of a million chance. I'm sitting here to heads up with really great players. So I will try my best, and I hope I can take the Lions home.
Yes. Whoa, what a dream. Absolutely. You put in $0 into this event.
Yeah,
now you've already locked up 210 million plus. Anything you want to say to Mr. Tamaki going into the match?
I hope he don't use King High to catch me again because he just got 10 million from me. But yeah, let's go.
Let's go. What a sicko. All right, congratulations and good luck. And back to you in the commentary booth.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Heads up for the coveted gold-plated Lions trophy. A trophy that one can only get their hands on by taking down an Asian Poker Tour
Current level is at level 35.
main event.
Before the break, it was 11 minutes left. We'll start off with at 11 minutes. Current blinds for small blind is 250,000, big blind 500,000 with a big blind of 500,000.
There's 11 minutes on the clock left of the big blind 500k level. Japan squaring off against Hong Kong. Vidor Single in the booth alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Are you ready, my man?
Absolutely. I cannot wait to see what these two titans have in store for us. And an amazing gesture there, reaching over with the handshake and wishing his opponent all the best. I like that little addition. Greg goes all in, made to the interview. Asked if they had a message for each other. Of course, no surprise perhaps. The player from Japan being extremely gracious and polite. Certainly in line with what I know of their culture. And one, of course,
do you deal me first?
saying, "Don't catch me with King High."
Yeah, do you send the cards to me
Love
first?
the needles and the banter, of course.
You? Okay, thank you. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
Here we go. Heads up. APT Incheon, South Korea. Main event. 930 entries in this one. We are down to the final two after 4 days of action-packed poker. I don't know how else to describe it. It has been non-stop throughout this festival. As a limped pot leads to a top pair v middle pair situation, Vidor.
Uh-oh. All over one hand?
Hand
Heads
number
up,
one,
top pair is
GG's.
an absolute monster. Indeed. Well, let me set the stage once more for some of the new viewers in the chat. We did have a deal three-handed at that time. Believe it or not, the chip leader at the moment in this heads-up battle, Color One, as they call him, was actually bottom in chips, locked up 211 million Korean won. That's good for 159,000 USD. Coincidentally, the exact second place prize on offer when the deal was struck. That's the minimum he's walking away with.
Wow, what a turn card.
20,000 more up for grabs on top two. Might be the impediment to that dream.
Turn goes check,
Good
check.
time. Yeah, pot control exercised at the right time. Tamaki with the goods. As I was saying, this is a $20,000 heads-up battle plus that trophy you were just mentioning, Henry.
Let's have it. See what Von wants to do here.
$1 million.
He goes for the old bet check bet line. Trying to get value from the ace-6. And running into it, and we have ourselves a pretty much tied heads-up match. Now,
Dead
Vido,
even heat.
You and I have commentated on many APTs now together. Had our fair share of lengthy heads-up battles. Is this going to be one of them?
Well, let me bring up what I hope is a memory you have not blocked yet. But what I believe was a 4, maybe 5 hour heads up between Punat Punsri and his opponent. Ultimately, of course, won by Punat, but came in, I believe, a 5-1 chip leader. And at one point, actually lost the chip lead. Currently, we have a dead even heat, 34 big blinds apiece, 30-minute levels, 10 minutes to go, maybe 5 till the next one. Certainly could be a long one. And I have to say, I was mentioning this before the break, I have seen my fair share of lengthy heads-up battles at APT Incheon alone. The natural 8 events, the final table lists, once they got down to heads-up, my word, how passionate they were to try and win the Baby Lion trophy on offer in that one. And here you see the magnificent APT main event gold lion towering over these players, all to fight for.
Here's some shenanigans in the background. Front of diamonds getting their one with the king of diamonds, 2.5 in the middle.
One may have checked with the intention of calling at least small bets. King high, likely to be good in this board unless somehow Tamaki clipped the queen on the river. I mean, after all, no action preceded it.
Oh, Tamaki betting 2 mil. Does one want to be a hero? King high. Does he want to turn his hand into a bluff?
Call.
Makes the call. Good. And he's mucked his hand, so he's been shown a top pair from Tamaki. 21 mil plays 16.
Juan perhaps trying to return the favor of that epic king high call that Tamaki made three-handed, facing the all-in. Unfortunately, on the wrong side of the king highs both times. Let me take a moment, by the way, Henry, to acknowledge the passion that we have seen in chat. I mean, we've seen chat root for players plenty of times. Even the last main event I covered, a player like Nevin comes to mind. Of course, you tend to see a lot of support for players from your nationalities, your compatriots. But I can only extrapolate what a cool personality Color One must be to have this level of passion. I mean, the chat is going crazy for every street, demanding the right action, the right card. You don't see this every day.
No, you really don't. Support just seems to hit different here. Massive shout out, obviously, to everyone that's been with us, whether it's for the entire festival so far or just for this final day of the main. Either way, Appreciate the support. 816 viewers, up to 7.2 thousand subscribers. Sorry, 7.2k subscribers now over on the Asian Poker Tour YouTube channel. Appreciate everyone helping us in our efforts to grow the game. Go from strength to strength, from festival to festival. The APT new era. Another record-breaking field here. Second largest in APT history. Largest prize pool, I believe.
1.5 million.
In Korea.
Yeah.
A limp fold from the king deuce. Certainly a marginal holding. Slight chip lead, still in the favor of Tamaki. Looks like a mixed strategy is going to be on offer here with that limp on the button.
Oh, sorry.
Certainly could go either way. Some players choose to just open their entire range, usually 80 to 90% of hands.
One only, brother.
Others throw in
One only.
some
25.
limps.
Yeah.
No, use small blind.
I'm small blind.
Eric in chat asking for the payout,
This
$20,000 to the winner. Straight up.
I'm sorry.
Different amounts locked
I'm
for each
fish.
player.
Raise?
One saying he's a heads up fish somehow.
million.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, it's a lot harder.
A unique situation.
To get reps in.
Sorry, Henry.
No worries, man. It's a lot harder to get heads-up reps in unless you deliberately go out of your way to search for heads-up games, whether it be cash games or sit-and-goes. To state the obvious, it's not that common to find yourself heads-up in a tournament. How about that for a flop for Tamaki? Middle pair and a flush draw. 3 million out there. Wow. Gets even more exciting as Juan now picks up a flush draw of his own.
$3 million. Yep.
Huge bet. Pot sized on the turn. Polarizing with one street to go. Top card on the flop just paired up. Tamaki taking his middle pair. Flush draw. Putting maximum pressure. Getting a call from the worst hand. A great result so far. A queen, a 10, non-diamonds, or any hearts is what one needs, and that's not either of them.
You know, there is still a world in which one puts more money in the middle here. Double paired board. All of the straight draws bricking. Flush draws bricking. Very narrow range of hands. Wait, what? It's gone
Rips
all in.
it.
It's gone all in for value. Juan has folded. Wow. Just putting Juan on those ace high, king high, queen high type hands. Feels a bit dicey though to go for all of it.
I love it.
You get
Frankly,
snapped
I
there.
love it. You know why, Henry? I think the meta game of perhaps that king high call could be that additional equity you need, knowing that one would love to make a hero call with king high or ace high.
Yeah, that's a great point. That could have been it. That hand right there. 39 bigs. A man from Japan.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
How's that for live tournament experience, by the way? Has his chip count ready to go and neatly arranged stacks. That's the way to do it. I was mentioning, by the way, Tamaki,
Okay.
the clear chip leader when the deal was made three-handed. Locked up 245 million Korean won. Good for over 185,000 USD. If he can close this one out, crosses the 200K mark. As a reminder, his scores in live tournaments before arriving
1.4 million.
at APT Incheon, $400. As we do see some shoutouts from Japanese viewers in the chat. Would love some additional support. After all, things have been slightly imbalanced in the favor of Color One, and why not? There's a reason this man was invited to the Natural 8 Influencer Challenge. A content creator, streamer, gamer, and clearly an accomplished poker player. In for $0. How about that, Henry? What does that feel like anyway?
Yeah, you tell me, mate. I wouldn't know. Always in the booth.
Okay.
Free rolling his way to locking 159,000 US dollars. Shout out to Natural 8, by the way. One, saying out loud how if it wasn't for Natural 8, he simply would not have come down to Korea. And here he is living the dream.
Okay.
What a board. Flush draw and the gut shot for Color One. Middle pair and the straight draw shockingly goes check, check. Tamaki deciding for some pot control. At the board fairly locked up. The 10 seems a little bit dangerous, but Color One has 9 high, and now's the time to make the most of his equity. Perhaps the check on the flop, the opening he needs.
1.2.
$1.2 million into 3. A very easy call after checking that flop. Certainly want to keep bluffs in the mix. Flat calls. And a club on the river, just as chat was requesting.
Asking ye shall receive. Well, going to make his way back into this. It's looking like Tamaki was running away with it for a bit. Non-club river would have given him a 2-1 chip lead.
4 million.
That is a massive bet. 4 into 5.4.
Wow. Tamaki making that fold look easy. That is not an easy fold, heads up.
This guy,
having
bro.
the jack blocker.
This guy.
Incredible.
Fantastic.
Thereby preserving the chip lead. I mean, that is like a win in itself. Sometimes you can own your opponent just by folding.
Yeah.
Dare I say, heads up. That might have been the case there.
Certainly responsible for the most epic heads-up call. Oh, sorry, heads-up call, hero call rather, of the festival. Just snap called with King High, man. I mean, so sick. It was kind of just like, you know what? I've had enough of this. You got it, you got it. Cool.
I actually saw it differently. I don't think there was any possibility in his head that he was going to lose the hand. It wasn't even if you got it, you got it. It was like, aha, I trapped you with King High. I call. Baller.
Love to see hero calls like that.
chat.
It seems like even fans of Color One in the chat are showing their respect for Tamaki. I'd love to see that as well. Nice folds being said in the chat for that Queen Jack fold. And of course, I see some people say respect Tamaki. Color better. Yes, I get it. Of course, you're going to support the person you're a fan of, but good to see the sportsmanship from the fans as well.
Over-unders on how many hands of heads up we're going to play. We're currently at hand number 140. Is it going to be a pun-out punsri 2.0 and take us to 280 hands?
These guys don't seem like they're in the mood to grind out every blind. They're in the mood to aggressively go for it. You know what? I'll be optimistic. I'll say under 10.
Under 10?
How about that?
Oh, you just jinxed us to infinity and beyond.
I mean, look at them go, though. And of course, as you mentioned, the APT Action Poker Tour, the poker gods have some setups in mind, man. The things we've seen today, and of course on day 3 and day 2. Now is not the time for that trend to break.
We have seen some ridiculous runouts, some insane hands over the last 3 days. Picked up coverage, of course, on day 2. Then the players that qualified from online and the live felt merged for day 3. Last night we played down to 16. Today we've worked our way down to the final 2. Who's it going to be? Well, it's looking like Tamaki in this spot. In fact, one is drawing dead. Perhaps a little too much. And for Tamaki, top 2 with the nut flush draw. Value to be had, of course.
I can only imagine that some of the hands that we have witnessed on the final table itself are coming into play here. Think back to that 8-6 offhand on the Queen 9 Jack board that won with 8 high. Tamaki would remember that one happily called with a small flush draw. So yes, even though, as you said, he had too much hand there, top 2, nut flush draw, wanted to charge in case his opponent had even a small diamond, knowing that he would be calling behind.
Chat is going wild. Why is everyone spamming IG? Okay, guys, if you want my Instagram, it's Henry_Kilbane. Okay? I'll type it in the chat for you. There you go. All right? Hundreds of you begging me for my Instagram. You finally got it. All right, there you go. Now stop asking and enjoy the show.
If you're confused about why you're being
I
asked,
love you,
you
chat.
can always click the trivia quiz. And just look at the first question. It'll say, what is natural 8? One of the options might interest you. All of those asking for IGs.
Absolutely love it.
3.5. 5.
I'm going to ask Juan to go on a night out. Got a funny feeling that given how hilarious his fans are, that this guy is a fun guy to hang out with. Seems
Have
like
you heard
it.
of his other nickname?
Color?
One of the most fun nicknames that you'll ever hear. He's also
on.
known as the Yellow Bean.
The Yellow Bean.
How cool is that? Now that's a title I want.
The Yellow Bean.
If I had like a food title, it'd be something stupid like, I don't know, the broccoli. Meanwhile, Color One, the Yellow Bean.
How
just
many
one
nicknames has this
badass
guy
moniker. I swear to God. Oh, another one, by the way. MC Color, which I think was his IG handle.
Race?
Or rather, Color MC.
That's his IG.
How much is that?
Color MC.
Pocket Kings. Facing the open.
Oh yeah, I found him.
In comes the raise. One might feel like he's being bullied a bit. 9-7 off is just too mediocre. I think once you make that expression calculating the pot odds so specifically, you may have given off too much and be forced to fold. Unless you want to pull the trigger. Nah. Let's go on to the next one.
Oh, sorry.
Let's not forget, this is not your ordinary heads up. In case you have played heads up cash or heads up sit and goes, the full big blind ante remains active.
Yeah, that's
So
pretty
when you're
wild.
on the button, 600k plus 600k is what your opponent is putting out that you're trying to win.
King 10-4. Tamaki with the option to just go for the stab, give up. 8 high. Nice hand to kind of do it with. It's one of those ones where, you know, you don't hate getting check raised, you just fold. There's no equity for you to be denied. Yeah, half pot and then give up turns. Sounds about right. But you can just take it down. While just folding the ace high.
Feeling the pressure a bit, perhaps. The momentum certainly favoring Tamaki. Could be a factor as to why one decided to give it up. Ace high, of course, usually continues on dry boards like that heads up, but if you don't think your opponent is going to give up on the next street and perhaps the street after that, you can choose to minimize your losses.
Call.
The limp on the button with the sevens. It's a trap, as Admiral Akbar would say. 777 in the chat. Let's go. Tamaki doesn't fall for it. Does not take the bait with the 9-3 off the absolute rags. And out flops his opponent. Finds a way. He may have misspoken here and cost himself, pardon me, some value. I have a feeling he's going to be held to that bet. It's fine. Not too crazy a situation considering the hand that Juan has, but I have to say,
is
So he took out his chips based on this amount. It's minimum, but his announcement was 900 because if it's 9 million.
would love to see a lenient ruling, by the way.
The whole stack. Understand? So you said 900.
I wanted this.
900,000.
Sorry about that.
Okay, that's fine.
Very cool.
Not a big deal.
Sometimes you have to stick to the rules, but clearly his intention, considering he'd cut out the chips in his hand, was to say 900,000.
Love that ruling. I don't know about you, Vidor. But we're seeing some tight poker from Juan, and he needs to be careful, Vidor. I know in this situation it was a good fold, but he can't just be folding ace highs and pairs in limped pots, because if he's waiting for a strong holding, it could be here a while.
I certainly agree. I will preserve judgment when it comes to this hand, simply because of that kerfuffle with that announced bet. Could have actually picked up something in terms of how comfortable perhaps Tamaki was were he to be held to the 9 million bet. So maybe I'll in fact give him some credit for sniffing something out there, but you're so right. We saw him fold ace high, limp in particular. And of course, when your opponent checks behind in the big blind heads up, you certainly cannot give them credit for an ace most of the time. So leading on that ace 9 3 board,
Call?
I mean, Tamaki's range was certainly capped. Sevens, not performing too poorly there. Let's see how it proceeds though. 20 big blinds, B40. A 2-to-1 chip lead has emerged. 10-6, we queen 6. Domination. And the 6 does indeed emerge. Both the players with backdoor flush and straight draws.
It's rough.
This could cost some chips.
It's rough. Undercard to the flop as well, and now perhaps value for Tamaki to be had.
If I could point out something in the meta game, as they call it, which is to say, a dynamic outside this hand. Wow. Well, your theory is certainly validated. I do think color 1 here is overfolding a bit as it comes to heads up, and yet somehow has been right for the most part. From a results perspective, has managed to lose the minimum. That is incredible, though. I do believe we are on the verge of a scheduled break, by the way. 30-minute levels. We will be coming back to, I believe it would be a huge jump, 400, 800. The effective stacks in play would be much lower. Never mind. Could just be over here. And ace versus the pocket pair heads up at these stack depths could easily find its way into the middle.
Has to, surely. Sub 20.
$1,500,000.
In comes a raise, this time carefully announced by Tamaki. Does not want to get into the same situation. This is a perfect spot. Well, never mind. I was about to say it's the perfect spot to limp jam. You have an ace, sub 20 bigs, as you correctly pointed, Henry. Juan actually chooses to peel. Lower variance approach. Let's head to the flop. 3 spades. Queen high. Pretty much nothing for color 1. He may just have saved himself with that flat call pre-flop. Once again, Henry, I suspect both of us see it as a bit of a misstep, and yet it has worked out perfectly for him, has managed to, from a results perspective, not that that's how poker should be looked at, but he has managed to stay in the game instead of perhaps being eliminated on this hand in particular.
Well, he's going to be down to 15 bigs. Tamaki's going to have a 3-1 chip lead. And his finger on the pulse of his opponent, who's just getting put through the blender. To be perfectly honest with you, feels like a one-sided affair so far, heads up. Still plenty of time to turn things around. He's not down and out yet. 15 bigs is more than enough.
I was going to point out something very interesting from a metagame perspective. If you think back to a mystery hand we had where actually Tamaki's cards did not get picked up by the RFID. He ended up having an ace, if you remember. Check, check on the flop, check, check on the turn. And then finally value bet the river when the queen appeared. By doing so early on in the heads-up match, he essentially strengthened his check back range on the flop, saying that I can have hands as strong as top pair, even when I check twice on the turn. And I think that hand in particular may have had ramifications through this entire match. Juan has been a little bit extra gun-shy out of position ever since then as well. And now we have almost exactly a 3-1 chip lead on our hands.
We will be heading to break in 6 minutes' time, unless the tournament is over and done with. Kings is going to limp, continuing with the strategy he's been using up until now. See if Tamaki connects with anything. Fortunately for him, he doesn't. Wow, Wan just checking it down. Now allowing Tamaki to spike a 5 on the turn. Two-tone board with a bunch of straight draws out there. Surely Wan needs to put money in this pot now.
1 million.
Value, Vidor, everything bricking, board pairing. Ended up playing this hand to absolute perfection results-wise.
Oh, you have to. You have to. You can polarize. 2 flush draws missed. He happens to have one of each in his hand. 1 card of each, I should say. A heart and a club. There we go. And a quick
2
call.
million bet. Nice little pick up there for Wan. Back up to 14 mil now. Literally couldn't have played it any better if he had tried. In terms of the hand he was up against. Bit of a celebration from Israel as he scoops in a pot. 38 bigs, plays 23 now.
Perhaps the fatigue popping up a little bit. Not to read too much into how someone wipes their brow or anything like that, but maybe just common sense comes into play. We're approaching midnight in Korea. These guys have been at it. Down from 16 to the final 2. The tensest portion of the tournament, the highest stakes. Every decision could be worth tens of, sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now imagine doing that for 12 hours.
Doing it for how many hours, Vidor? Like today, right? We're talking about today.
Just on day 4.
What about the 4 days prior? What a grind. I really do tip
another
my hat.
12
Yeah.
per each. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about just non-stop poker, thinking, breathing, living it for probably most of the waking day. And then when you go back to sleep, by the way, on a day 2 and perhaps day 3, I mean, how do you get a good night's rest when you know what's up in store the next day?
Yeah, I've got so much respect for tournament grinders. I mean, they really do put themselves through it more often than not for, you know, days, weeks, months on end, sometimes years without getting results. These two are gonna be MTT dreamers for life after tasting this result here, regardless of whether they close it out or finish runner-up. Interesting turn card rolls off. Turning third pair. Tamaki with top pair and an open-ender now.
2 million. 2 million.
This is one of those spots that Juan has somehow found a way to fold, even though from a heads-up theory perspective, catching the card you would always expect to call, but caller Juan, man, making the folds and being right most of the time, it's starting to impress me, really. There's theory, and then there's this. And the crowd goes wild in the chat. Good fold.
Yeah, it's a sick fold. I mean, it really is. I don't know if it's exploitable or whether this guy's just next level genius, you know. Just has a read on his opponent, one that we're unaware of. So easy when we're in here and we can see the cards, of course. Being out there and being able to find folds such as that, incredible stuff.
Look at this. Right? A few hands after I said you have to reduce a lot of aces from being in Tamaki's big blind range when he checks. Tamaki just balances like a beast. Not sure it's once again theoretically correct, and ace just so strong heads up, but feeling like out of position. He'd rather see the flop and evaluate. It's a pretty good flop as far as ace-4 goes. A wheel draw. Ace-high very likely to be the best hand. Indeed, in this case it is. Two options really. Bet or check call.
Well, there we go.
Break again.
Break time announced. We're going to remove the green chips, the 25Ks, as the blinds will be going up to 400,000, 800,000, and they're no longer needed. Don't go too far, chat. Just a short 10-minute break. When we return, these two giants are going to be duking it out once more. Tamaki against Wan for the Asian Poker Tour Incheon main event title. We'll see you on the flip side of this break.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Call. Good. No. $1 million. $2 million. Viva. Call. 5. $1 million. 6. Wow. Call. Call.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
players are back from that short scheduled break. We are heads up for the title, the APT Incheon South Korea main event. A deal was made, three-handed. Final payouts after the deal. Soichiro Tamaki guaranteed 245 million Korean won. Napat guaranteed 222 million Korean won. He bowed out in third. And then Wan also locking up 211 million Korean won for his efforts. Both Tamaki and Wan playing for the additional 26,247,000 Korean won, around 20,000 USD extra. But honestly, at this point, I think it's all about the trophy, the glory of taking down an event such as an APT main. 930 runners in this one, down to the final two. That's the trophy right there. And you can see the commentary team, myself, Henry Kilbane, joined by Vidor Single. And Vidor, the green chips brought out the black chips and the gold chips, or the plaques rather, now the only chips in play. And we get to that stage where it's so shallow it feels like it has to go in sooner rather than later.
I will have to retract my prediction of only 10 hands of heads up, but that doesn't mean that the action has been lacking. Certainly chips have been flying about, players perhaps trying to catch each other in the act. Every chip so far in the heads up play has gone towards the stack of Tamaki. One losing a decent chunk of his stack, still in the mix, a 2-1 chip lead as we kick off what you perhaps suggested, Henry, should be the final segment considering the shallow stacks, but you never know. Heads up poker, anything can happen. You and I certainly have had our share of long heads up battles. I wouldn't mind one here, frankly, considering the caliber of the players here.
Yes, interesting. You know, this could have been over and done with on a few occasions, a couple of rejam spots that didn't actually come into fruition, and a couple of disciplined folds as well, mainly from Wan. I mean, there were hands where we should just be losing chips, you know, and he's just folding third pair correctly. So got to give him credit for still being in this fight, because I personally would have been out the door, in my opinion. Over 1,000 viewers now on YouTube. Really do appreciate the support. Take a couple of seconds to click the like button. Drop us a subscribe. We're growing the game of poker in Asia, and we're going from strength to strength. 930 players showing up to support us here in Incheon. If that doesn't show you what we're all about, I don't know what will. Swan limping in on the bottom.
930 entrants, leading to a record-breaking $1.4 million prize pool. And wouldn't you know it, our next event, the Hanoi Billions, we're going back to Vietnam, December 1st to December 10th. Do mark your calendars for that one, because the main event once again guaranteed at $1 million US, an incredible sum in the country of Vietnam, or perhaps anywhere, as we will have what is no doubt going to be a fun series. We had almost 73 events here in Incheon, and I suspect it's going to be the same over there.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I'm actually disappointed that, you know, we're gonna have to wait till December, dude. Like, it's gonna be a while.
We have certainly been spoiled recently. Taiwan in May, Hanoi in June, Da Nang in July, and here we are, closing out August with Incheon. What a run.
5.2 in the middle. Hearts bricking. The Jack 10s, King Jack, King 10s bricking. Tamaki goes for value. Man with just 9 bigs back. Does he go for something milky? Something blockish? At 1.7 million.
2 million.
There we go, 2 mil. Nailed it. This might get looked up, you know. No heart in hand. Having a king's kind of bad. Although I think you could assume. There we go.
You win.
Makes the call, and with that, went down to just 7 bigs now. And what do you think's different there? We've seen him make so many good folds. Perhaps some emotional attachment to the ace-king.
Probably a bit of frustration in there as well. He's made so many good folds. He starts figuring he has to have the best hand this time around, surely. In terms of the logic of the decision, there is merit to thinking that Tamaki is even more likely to be bluffing when he has even a bigger stack. Certainly ace-king seems enough of a hand there. Did get a little bit committed and tied down to it on the river. And now finds himself with, I believe, 6 big blinds. Let's not forget, the big blind and big blind anti-structure. Blinds are 400, 800, which means you have to put in 1.6 million when you're on the big blind, and mercifully, for one, he gets the walk.
Yeah. Gets the walk. So, to reiterate the payouts in USD, on guaranteed 160,300 for his run here. Tamaki guaranteed 186,000 United States dollars for his efforts. If Tamaki can close this out, will bag himself a 200k score. Hang on a minute. Ace King once more. This time just rips it in. 8 bigs, and we're going to spin the wheel. This could be it, Vidor. 35% of the time, Japan is going to have an APT main event champion in Soichiro Tamaki.
1,400 people or so watching on YouTube. A lot of them in chat, rooting for the ace-king and the king on the board.
Okay,
the 10, however, and the jack of clubs. Enough drama, perhaps, depending on what turn comes around.
Queen of clubs for a sweat.
Could be a sweat.
Yeah.
Clean.
That is as clean as it gets.
Takes
2
away the
pair
jack
outs.
outs. Now just a 10.
Wow, what a needle.
Yeah.
What a needle. That 4 on the turn. Saving one there. As the ace-king doubles up. Back up to 16 bigs. And the show must go on.
Indeed, it must. 777 in chat for the Hong Kong player. What support in the stream. 1,400 of you watching. Let me just take this moment to thank you for joining us. And just one more, perhaps one last reminder. Do hit the like button as we close out the Asian Poker Tour Incheon main event. With the player on your screen mounting a comeback, perhaps. Color 1, as he's called. Or sometimes, I believe, the Yellow Bean. No shortage of nicknames. Color MC as well. Bought in, by the way, for $0. A final tablist from the Natural 8 Influencer Challenge. Winning his seat to the main event. And, of course, the expenses to come all the way down to Korea. Participates in the Influencer Challenge. Does okay there. 6th place out of the 8 entries. But what a run here at the main event.
What an insane story that is. Like, just absurd.
Incredible, man. Just like that, the match is on. 23 million.
1 million.
Be about 14 million or so. Under 45 big blinds in play. Monotone board here, 9 high. Tamaki with all the equity converts into the check mark there with the flush.
Wow,
Check again allows his opponent to catch up to 2 pair. Indeed it is. Could get himself a few chips.
100.
又想 fin 我，做俾你。
One big. Gets looked up.
Flush wing.
Flush is good.
哇！又蛇又花。
Tamaki back up to almost 3-1 chip lead. What a grind it's been for both these players. Came back today with 16 hopefuls.
9球。
Down to the final 2.
Thank you. Oh, 賭唔住呢啲，算會中咩？係咁 check， 鋪都 check。
One now kind of talking to himself here. Hello, how about this for a flop? 9-6-3. Bottom pair for Tamaki. Hang on, what? One just jams.
Okay.
Okay. Here we go. Let's see what Tamaki does.
Sometimes just arresting your opponent's momentum is so crucial, or rather, just snatching the momentum towards yourself. Heads up can be a lot about momentum, not just about the hand in question. One deciding he has so much equity in this hand with the open ender. Would love to just take it down right now with the 8 high. And Tamaki seems to be considering it with the bottom pair.
Yeah,
Could
maybe
be another
just reading
incredible
into this
hero
jam.
call.
I mean, there's only 2.4 in there. Why is my guy just ripping it in? Feels like a draw.
5 of hearts. Does feel like a draw, but 5 of hearts is such a terrible card to have in your holdings.
That is true.
Does block the flush draw. Does block some straight draws as well. Hands such as perhaps the 7-5 of hearts. 5-4 of hearts. Just bottom pair. Can he risk calling it off and being wrong? In case perhaps one could be doing this with some sort of a trap or a monster. Every once in a while, heads up, Henry. You see players play over pairs like this, just wanting to get called by any pair. That's sort of the balance in the situation.
Pained by this decision, and understandably so. It's tough to make pairs, and even if my opponent has a draw, I'm going to be flipping, or close to flipping, with 2 cards to come. Just checking the itinerary.
Does have one of the outs one would need. Could make all the difference, you never know.
I thought he had called there for a second. He does! Flicks in a golden plaque with just bottom pair.
Wow.
A 4x jam from one with the open ender. And we're flipping for the main event title.
15萬一口白仔。
2 cards to come. If Tamaki can just hold here,
百家樂我最勁。
the Golden Lion is going back to Japan. 4 on the turn now removes some of one's out. So 7 would now give Tamaki a straight.
To get the double, or it's all over.
It's all over,
Yes,
Vidor.
that'll be a good game.
The 4 deuce run out seals it for Soichiro Tamaki from Japan, who came into this final table as chip leader
Give it up for Soichiro!
and closes it out after an epic battle,
Bravo, bravo.
going home with 206,000 USD. That's yours, my man. That is yours.
Yes. Lifted, an emotional release perhaps for the man who had been masked through most of the final table. Letting his emotions out.
Understandably
What a way to win it,
so.
Henry. What
Such
a way to
grind.
close it out.
It's going to have a
The
word
hero call.
with Greg.
Yo, bro, you just won the APT Incheon main event. How are you feeling? How are the past 4 days for you? Can't believe it. Speechless.
Yeah.
Wow.
I hoped, but I didn't expect.
And now that it's here, you've done it. What's going through your head? Take your time. I know it's a really immense feeling.
This is so big.
The trophy, yeah, it weighs
Happening.
very heavy.
In my life.
Yeah.
Can I speak in Japanese
Of course,
for
yes.
my
yeah.
friends?
Yes, of course, no problem.
みんなのおかげで本当に優勝できました。ありがとうございます。応援たくさんのメッセージ嬉しかったです。本当に励みになりました。ありがとうございます。
Heartfelt words by Tamaki Shoichiro. Give it up one more time for your APT main event champion as we throw it back to our commentators back in the commentary booth.
Just
There it
love
is.
the culture, man. The politeness, the humility, all of it. Like, it just, you can see how much it meant to him, Vidor, understandably so. He's going home with 206,000 USD for his efforts, overcoming a field size of 930 to take down the APT Incheon Korea main event. Not a bad payday for 4 days work, 1,700 buy-in. And what was it, Vidor, 400 in live earnings before coming to this festival, if I'm not mistaken? $400, that is.
Indeed. I don't even want to calculate what a multiplier that is to his lifetime earnings, locking up over 200,000 US dollars, as you mentioned. But how about a shout out to the fan favorite, Color One, as he goes by, the player from Hong Kong, GG, finishing in second place, locking up 211 million Korean won, as you see. On the left, worth 160,000 US dollars. By the way, winner of the Natural 8 free roll through the Influencer Challenge. Of course, he is a content creator and overall fan favorite in his home country, spinning up the $0 to 160,000 USD.
Yeah, that's a pretty sick ROI. I mean, the APT main event, it's what dreams are made of, and we could see just how much it meant to a lot of these players to reach this final table here in Incheon, Korea. The show goes on tomorrow, though, Vidor. We're back at 2:30 local time for the 2-day high roller, so another full day of poker and perhaps multiple 5, if not 6-figure payouts in that one as well. From Vidor, myself, Greg, and Edwin, and the entire APT team, I wish you good night, and we'll see you back here tomorrow for the final day of the 8max High Roller. Good night.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.